Welcome to the Otrokovice Jump 2025, a World Athletics Indoor Tour Challenger meeting, which is coming to you from the town of Otrokovice, out in the southeast of Czechia, very close to the Slovak border. And this is a famous meeting. It goes back to 1998, the 26th edition of this meeting, following in the footsteps of many other famous jumps meetings in Central Europe, and particularly Czechia. Of course, later in the indoor season, when we get to February, we're going to have the famed high jump meetings in Trinec and Hostopece, and then over the border in Slovak Republic in Banska Bystrica. But for today, not just the high jump, but also the long jump, triple jump and pole vault for both men and women. And there's some really good lineups. This, of course, being a challenger meeting, the fourth tier of the World Athletics Indoor Tour. Well, perhaps not too many well-known names here, but it's a wonderful launch pad for some emerging talents and also those internationals, really the second tier, who are hoping to make their name and perhaps get on the springboard towards qualifying for the World Championships in Tokyo later this summer, or perhaps also representing their country at events like the European Athletics Indoor Championships, which are going to be coming up from Apeldoorn in the Netherlands in the middle of March, which will be live streamed on the European Athletics YouTube channel, as well as Eurovision Sport. And also further down the line, we have, of course, the European Team Championships this year in Madrid, European Under-20 and Under-23 Championships, and many of the athletes here will be aiming for those age group events as well. We're just about to get underway with the women's triple jump. A little bit earlier we had a presentation, and the big name, at least in terms of her distances, she's actually the most diminutive of the six entrants, is Sarah Michelle Kudler from Germany. She was the number 4 ranked German last year, but improved to 1386. Of course, as you can see here, this is normally a multi-use sports hall, which will make a little bit of a difference to the types of spikes that the athletes will be wearing. Also warming up the men's high jumpers, and that's going to be a very good competition. I'm looking forward to that. We've got two very good Mexicans, including Eric Portillo, who represented his country at the Olympics last year and has a personal best of 2:28. In all these events, we're looking to see whether they can challenge the championship bests that have been established over the previous 25 editions. And I'll bring you up to date with the marks that they're going to be aiming for as we go through the afternoon. We've got a long program ahead. It's going to be about 5 hours of exciting action. As I said, just getting underway very shortly, and you can see there, it's going to be the women's triple jump, Sarah Michelle Kudler. She's going to be the first to jump, which is slightly unusual because usually the best rated jumpers are the last to jump. It's the German. Personal best of 1386 Kudler. She did that last year in Radar, back in July last year. She's already had one outing. 13:13 in Berlin just a week ago. It's a very hard surface, not forgiving at all, but it does take a very short spike, so a foul to get things underway there for the German. This is the number 1 Czech triple jumper, and by some margin, over half a metre, Linda Susha. Well, no less than 7 national titles, indoors and out. It's a bit difficult to see, but I can see that the white flag has been raised. Susha was 7th at the last European Under-23 Championships. Svetlana Boychuk, the Ukrainian, now 20 years of age, but was 4th at the European Under-20 Championships in Jerusalem now 2 years ago. That looks quite comfortably a valid jump. Of course, this meeting put on by the TJ Jiskra club, the local club in Otrokovice. And you can see their emblem up in the right, I should say left-hand corner of your screen. So Veronika Skalishka. Skalishka, personal best of 13:15. Once again, a white flag. On this sort of surface, I think. So 12:03 for Skalishka. Coming from over the border, Slovak Republic, Tamara Balashova. Balashova last year improved to 12:59. Another 20-year-old athlete, just out of the what used to be called junior ranks, the under-20 ranks. 11:52. And bringing to the end of the first round, Vendula Mitkova, just 18 years of age, last year reached 12:16. She'll possibly be looking to improve a little bit, maybe making the Czechia team for this year's European Under-20 Championships, which will be held in July in Bergen, in Norway. So. 10:72 there, you can see both on your screen and on the infield scoreboard. We were supposed to have 2 Portuguese jumpers as well, but sadly didn't make it to Otrokovice. So second round gets underway. I had it on my notes that she was competing for the Tegler Forst Club in Germany, but possibly a recent transfer. Now competing for the famed SC Berliner club. So Sarah Michelle Kudla. Foul in the first round. Right, high stepping run up. Oh, yes, gets a white flag. Answers. Well, 13:62. Excellent performance from Kudla. Looking down her statistics, that's her third best jump ever. Best ever performance indoors. Now 13:39 from Linda Schuschka. About half a metre away from her best. 45 centimetres to be precise. She's just seen herself push back into second place. Quite quick on the run up. Oh, big improvement there. That's good. That's an excellent performance from Susha. With the head-on shot, it's a little bit difficult to see the distances. That's their second best performance ever. Went out to 13.84 last year nearby in Slin. Boychuk. She's already improved to 13.48 this year, meeting 10 days ago in Kiev. Nicely done there from the Ukrainian. 12.93. A little bit disappointed with her performances so far. But another 4 jumps for the Ukrainian. Skalishka, rather modest 12.03 opener. Yeah, I thought she was over the line, and indeed, using the old style manual refereeing, manual field judge, the red flag goes up. So Tamara Balashova, 7.52. Wants to get over 12 metres at the very least, I would imagine. Upright, high stepping run up. I might well have just taken her over 12 metres. Very close to it anyway. 11.96. Still down in 5th place in this 6-person field. Last of the 6 to go in this second round. Vendula Mikova, chopping her stride rather badly before the board. Gets a red flag. If her coach is there, I wouldn't be at all surprised if he or she is. He wants to just recommend taking it back a little bit. She's running quite quick on this surface. And of course, you do need the ability to be able to adjust your run up. Experienced jumpers can do it. Mikova clearly has talent, but at 18 years of age, not much experience. Probably the most important competition of her life so far. So, sorry, Michelle Kudla. Having seen her take the lead with that 13.62. Let's see whether she can improve on that spot on the board, but bails out. Couldn't quite make the transition from the hop phase to the step phase. Now, Linda Zusha. What's that 13.62 to aim for? I should say I'm just overlooking the fact that she jumped 13.71 in the previous round to take the lead. My apologies. See there on the replay very clearly that she stepped over. Well, big shout out to the officials. They're doing a very good job of keeping firstly this competition, the first of 8 events today in Otrokovice, rolling along nicely and actually very presentable indeed, keeping the run-ups clean and tidy. So, Svetlana Wojciuk, 12.93. Really tight on the board there. And it's perhaps got a toe over into the plasticine. Not using the old electronic eye, which has become so commonplace these days at higher level international competitions. Still the old school wooden board and plasticine to delineate what's a valid and not so valid jump. Yeah, Veronika Skalichka, second in the Czech Championships last year. That was a good performance from her. Second in the University Championships behind Sucha back on the 6th of January with 12.55. 12.11, so slight improvement, but it's not going to challenge Kudla and Sucha at the moment, who are both well over 13 metres. Slovak visitor, Lajova. She make it over 12 metres this time. Well, look to be quite short on the board. Not a bad jump there. And finally, over 12 metres, 12.18 for Tamara Balasheva. I mentioned a personal best of 12.59. Hails from Slovak Republic, but actually lives in Brno, not that far away. Yes. The judge even beat me to it. And then she does have the advantage of being right on the board. I'm having to look down the runway, and yes, the second foul for Vendula Mikova. So, the halfway point in the competition, it's Linda Susha leading the way. There's confirmation, 13.71, and Sarah Michelle Kudla, 13.62. And a somewhat distant third, Svetlana Boychuk, 12.93. Good jumping at the sharp end already from Kudla and Susha, respectively the second and third best jumps of their lives. So let's start talking about the meeting record. That's held by Martina Sestakova. Hails back to 2002 at 13.76. Well, Lydia Susha not that far away from it, just 5 centimeters adrift at the moment. Oh, and by the way, if you're wondering, first prize for all 8 events in Otrokovice is €350. Well, I know that won't sound a lot compared to the riches of the Diamond League circuit, but at this level, that's a very important amount of money and a very useful subvention to these athletes as they make progress in their careers. So now, what we'd expect to see, I think, is a reverse of the order, and it will be Midkova who goes first, all the way down to Susha jumping 6th. And just to mark your card as well, the very next event to get underway will be at 15:30, and that's the men's high jump. See some of the jumpers warming up. I'm looking out for the Portillo brothers. Eric Portillo knows this part of Europe very well. He's competed in many of the meetings in Central Europe, including Banska Bystrica a couple of times, as well as Hustapeche and Trinich, which will be live streamed on the European Athletics YouTube channel in the coming weeks. I'm just looking at my calendar. Yes, Trinich comes up on the 3rd of February, and better double check that. 5th of February, and Hustapeche on the 8th. No less than 4 2m20 plus performers in the men's high jump. So a good quality field coming up in the next event. And we go all the way down the afternoon, finishing off with the women's long jump at 7 o'clock local time. So, women have been informed of the reverse of the order. Vendula Mikova. And another red flag for the teenage Czech jumper. Just her opening mark of 10.72 to her credit at the moment. Skalica reached 12.11 in the last round. Personal best of over 13 meters. Otrokovice competes for the Slavia Prague club. That's the best. Coming in 2023. Looks as though it might be slightly better. Very, very high step. She lost potentially some ground there, but 12.35. That's a good effort from Skalichka. Well, Tamara Balazheva has just seen herself pushed back by a place. 12.18. That's the white flag. Too sure that would be an improvement. I'm now starting to get my bearings a little bit with this triple jump setup. 12.23 indeed. She does improve by 5 centimetres. She's still in 5th place. Now the top 3. Svetlana Boychuk. Boychuk. 5th at the European Under-23 Championships in 2023. Should have said Under-20 Championships in 2023. Also doubles up as a long jumper, and we do expect to see a long jumping as well a little bit later on in that last event of the day. Quick over the final few strides. It's a white flag now that she's left the pit. Of course, plenty of great Ukrainian female triple jumpers to use as role models, not least of which Marina Bekramanchuk, European champion. So, Sarah Michelle Hudler, just one valid jump, 13.62 so far for the German. Well, that's a good effort, good rangy jumper. Hasn't been to any major championships, hasn't been to any European age group championships, but she's got a couple of German internationals to her name, and is really probably on the cusp of going to a championship. 13.11, not quite as far as her second round effort of 13.62. And the competition leader as we finish the 4th round, Linda Susha, 13.71, second best jump of her career. Susha started out as a very talented multi-eventer, now focusing on the triple jump. That was a good jump, even though she veered off slightly to the right-hand side of the pit. I think she thinks it's quite a good jump as well, judging from the body language. Well, 13.61. Not quite as far as her leading 13.71, but still, nevertheless, that's a good. She Never done indoors before today. And this surface in Otrokovice, not the most forgiving, I have to say. So Sucha will probably look forward to the forthcoming indoor season on the basis of this performance. We start the fifth round with Vendela Mikova. Just taking her time, just focusing. Only one valid jump so far. Now she's ready to go. Looking for something over 11 meters. She gets a white flag this time. Beats for the Atletica Holashov club. It's her first competition of 2025. Also a very good multi-eventer as well. 12-16 coming last year in Prague, back in June. So, Veronika Skalishka. I imagine she's looking to improve a little bit on her 12.35 from the last round. Not quite hitting her marks just yet. This is a woman who has jumped over 13 meters. Jumped over 13 meters also indoors 2 years ago, 13.07. Yeah, looks like that was a valid jump. Once again, got a very high step. Perhaps lost ground in terms of propelling herself upwards rather than horizontally. 12.31, so no improvement for Skalichka. The coach perhaps unpacking a little bit of her technique. The opportunity, regardless of going back and having a look at this European Athletics live stream and being able to go back and perhaps work on some of the flaws. Balasheva, another stuttering approach. Good technique, but perhaps not the strongest of athletes when you compare her to one or two of the others. But another performance over 12 meters, 12.06, so she's got 12.23 to her name. And in fifth place at the moment, the Slovak athlete. More experienced Sarah Michelle Kudla, going through her pre-jump mental routine. A couple of drills as well. 13.62, that extremely good second round jump. Briefly took the lead, just currently in second place though. 9 centimeters adrift of the lead. That looks very tight on the board to me, yes. The red flag comes up very quickly. Long jump, but it was a foul. So just one final effort from Kudla. She's to try and snatch the leader away from Linda Susha. Let's just flag it up again. That meeting record of Martina Sestakova, dating back 22 years, 1376. That's very much in Susha's sights. She's had a 1371 and a 1361 in her series. This is her fifth attempt. And getting the crowd behind her. Oh, that looks quite a good jump indeed. Indeed, I think it's just reflecting on it, I think that might be a very good jump for her. She had space on the board. She goes through the phases very quickly. She's a good sprinter. 13.25 though. Perhaps just a little bit ragged. Nevertheless, one more jump to come for all the competitors, all 6 competitors. So we start off with Vendula Mikova. 10.676 in the last round. That's her best jump so far. She's been struggling a little bit to find her form. Just 18 years of age though. Certainly warrants being a little bit forgiving. It's a good quality competition. Definitely a very strong international flavour to it, with Slovak and Germans in this particular event. And then of course we have athletes from right the way across the world coming up over the course of the next few hours. So, come on then, Vendula. Let's see a nice performance from you. 11 metres at the least. Once again, having to chop a stride. Gets the white flag, as you can see. I was hesitating to proclaim on it. It's rather ragged. So I don't think that's going to be an improvement. No, 10.70, 10.67, I should say. So it's now the turn of Veronika Skalichka. And 35. Now she can do better than this. Looking very determined, powering into a run up very quickly. Good rangy effort in that second phase, and she does leave the competition with the best performance of the 6:12.47. I think she'll perhaps be a little bit disappointed. She was probably looking for something a little bit closer to 13 metres, but finishing off with her best of her series. Tamara Bashkova, 12.23. Can she emulate Skalishka? Was that a red flag? Let's just... No, it was given the white flag. Valid jump. $12.18 though. Just 5 centimetres short of her best in this competition, and she finishes with a mark of 12.23 for the Czechia-based Slovak athlete. So now, the 3 women who are at least confirmed in the top 3 places. Svetlana Boychuk knows that she'll get at least €150 to add to her bank balance. Gave everything, rested. Good solid jump, but I'm not sure it's an improvement. $12.73, no. So her best, $12.98 from the 4th round. So she stays in 3rd place. Well, we're now coming to the climax of this women's triple jump. And we've got the 2 women who've gone well over 13 metres to come. Starting with this woman, Sarah Michelle Kudla. 13.62 in the 2nd round. Needs to improve by 9 centimetres, and that at least temporarily would put her into the lead if she can get 13.71 or better. Short, compact, quick on the run-up. Yeah, I think that's going to get the white flag, although very tight on the board. We're not getting a side-on view of the jumpers taking off like we might do on other live streams or transmissions, but do appreciate the efforts that the local organisers are putting into streaming this event and giving you the opportunity to enjoy the Otrokovice Jump 2025 event. $13.51, not quite good enough, so stays in 2nd place. Here's the event leader and the woman who knows that she's going to clinch 1st place and that €350 check. Linda Susha, well, personal best indoors, 13.71. 2nd best jump of her life. Can she eclipse that meeting record that's been on the books for so long of 13.76? Crowds behind her. Oh no. Just overthinks it, I think would be the best way of saying it. But claps the crowd, thanks them for the support. She takes the plaudits in the women's triple jump with that 2nd round 13.71. And a good performance from Susha. I have a feeling that 14 metres is not that far away for this Czechia jumper. Confirmation of the results. 13.71 for Susha, Kudla 13.62, then some way back, Boychuk in 3rd at 12.98. Czechia, Germany, Ukraine, that's the 1-2-3 in the women's triple jump. And in just a few minutes' time, we'll get underway with the men's high jump And very shortly after that as well, just seeing them warming up on the right-hand side of your screen, the women's pole vault gets underway at 15:45 Central European time. That's local time in Otrokovice. And there you can see confirmation of what's to come throughout the rest of the afternoon. We'll just take a 2-minute break from commentary and we'll be right back very, very shortly with the start of the men's high jump. There's Robert Ruffini, European under-20 bronze medalist 2 years ago in Jerusalem. Moroccan number 1, Saad Hamoua. Hamoua jumped 2:22 last year. Ra of Norway, one of the perhaps more modest jumpers in this field. Former world champion, under-20 champion. Antonios Merlos in there as well, and then the 2 Portillo brothers. There's Eric Portillo, the older of the 2 by 2 years, and the better of the 2 by 1 centimetre. Trying to see what the opening height will be. Got confirmation of that yet from the meeting organisers. Just looking around the infield. Well, the partners' logos and European Athletics and Czech Athletics Federation logos in the lower right hand of your screen, obscuring what would be some useful information from the infield scoreboard, but we'll bring you up to date very shortly. Pole vault as well includes some very useful jumpers, notably the Italian Sonia Malavisi, very well known Italian international, and also local star Czech Republic's Nikola Poshlova. Don't expect to see the, let's just say, the Portillos or Antonios Merlos coming in at the opening heights. It's Eric to the left-hand side of your screen, sitting down here. 1 and 2 in the Mexican Championships last year. See there, Adam Tomaszek, 20 years of age, 217 jumper, the Czech athlete. Tomaszek deciding almost as a warm-up jump. No problems at all. Jumps a long way out, but confirmation of the height. Looks as though it might have been 190. So very much a warm-up jump for Tomaszek. The progression. Miss Jelinek jumping at 193. He's over 198 comfortably there. Really just a warm-up jump as well for Ruffini. 198 for him. I'm a little bit surprised that they're choosing to open at this height. I would have thought waiting for a short while. As I said, this surface is very hard. And when you're getting towards then perhaps your personal best heights and you've got a lot of jumps in your legs, a few jumps are going to take their toll. The event presentation for the women's triple jump. Jelinek, no problems for him. Floating over 198 as well. So Svetlana Boychuk of Ukraine. Takes third. 12.98. Second, Sarah Michelle Kudla. 250 euros. 13.62 for her. An indoor personal best. And an indoor best as well for this woman, Linda Susha. 13.71. Indoor best for her. Not very far away from her lifetime best from last year of 13.84. So, Thomas Jelinek now, 2:02. Jelinek, a 2:14 jumper at best, another 20-year-old jumper. This is perhaps the height I would have expected him to start at, or maybe even one height further up. Robert Ruffini, still with his jogging bottoms on. Wondering whether his father, the Slovak record holder at 2:34 from back in 1988, also called Robert Ruffini, is in the crowd. See him quite frequently. He was in Jerusalem. This is Adam Tomaszek. Switch over. Said Hamuda deciding to come in at this height as well. The Moroccan. Jumping a long way away from the bar. Made a little bit of hard work of that. Probably needs to adjust his run-up. Bolstad Ra, first attempt of the competition for the Norwegian. And nicely over for Ra. So, Adam Tomaszek. Just the dubious accolade of being the first man to bring the bar down. First attempt at 2:02. Once again, taking off a very long way away. For high jumpers, this is quite a difficult surface to jump from. You've got a lot of lines. Many indoor competitions, even if they're in multi-use sports facilities, they're often putting down some form of artificial surface. So, yeah, Portillo. No problems for the Mexican. I suppose you'd call that a Mexican wave, if you'll pardon the pun. And Eric Portillo. Yes, he's very good at bringing the crowd on. I have to say I have a soft spot for Eric Portillo. I've seen him in a lot of competitions over the course of the last 2 years, including in the famed Banska Bystrica high jump competition in Slovakia. And, he's a very effervescent, very charismatic character. Jumped 2:28 back in 2023, and I thought he was going to push on and get into the 2:30s. That hasn't quite happened yet. There's still time on his side. Robert Ruffini. 2:02, nicely done. We missed Ruffini while he Well, we're having that women's triple jump competition prize giving. So I wrongly accorded the dubious accolade of being the first man to bring the bar down to this man, Tomaszek, but in fact it was Ruffini. There we go. No problems for him, along with Ruffini either. So everybody's still in this competition. All 8 men at this stage. Focusing our attention on the high jump. Won't see too much of the early stages of the women's pole vault, but once the high jump's concluded, I suspect we'll be able to see some of the closing stages of the women's pole vault. Anyway, we'll keep you right up to date with all the action. And indeed, we do have the presentation of the women's pole vault. Karolina Podlahova, 4:05 vaulter, and Czech vaulter. Sofia Gaborska, 4:15. Natalia Kofa, travelling companion of Sonia Malavisi, 4:21, her career best. Maria Roberta Gurka. One of 3 Italians in this field. Nina Poshlova, mentioned her earlier. And Sonia Malavisi. Here's Thomas Jelinek, 2:06. Expect the crowd behind him. Oh, nice jump there from Jelinek. 2:14, man. And that looked as though there was 2:14 in that jump, although the bar was only set at 2:06. So, Robert Ruffini. Got away with it, and he knows it. Relief. I still think he's jumping a long way away from the bar. However, his father's a 2:34 jumper and I'm not, so I assume that his father, who I know does coach him, has some views on that. Ruffini, personal best at 2:15, which he set when getting that bronze medal in Jerusalem, equalled indoors in Banska Bystrica last year. So, Erend Bolstad Ra, over. Very quick on the run-up, the tall Norwegian. So our first sight of the 2018 World Under-20 champion, Antonios Merlos. Something of a surprise winner of that particular title. But he's the Greek number one. Personal best stands at 2:24. Oh, brings the bar down. He'll be disappointed with that. That was just a scrappy effort from start to finish. And as you can see, never really got the height. Once again, didn't seem to hit his marks, took off too far away. That's the turn of Adam Tomaszek, 2:06. No problems this time after a failure at 2:02. Tomaszek, 2:17 jumper. 2:17 indoors just under a year ago in Hustapeche, and we will be live streaming this year's Hustapeche high jump competition. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see Tomaszek in action there. And that comes up on the 8th of February. So, yeah, Portillo. Best of 2:27. Jumped at 2:27 in Mexico City last June. Just bags of height there. You know what? That constitutes an indoor best for Jaap Portillo. I think he's only got a couple of indoor meetings before. I've got one on my notes from Albuquerque back in 2020. So, if nothing else, an indoor personal best for Jaap Portillo, however things progress from here. Erich Portillo, though, has vastly more indoor experience. Personal best of 2:28 came indoors in Birmingham 2 years ago. That wasn't a 2:28 jump, though, but he lives to fight another day, and the bar will go upwards shortly, and he'll still be in this competition. We will see a few of the early stages of the women's pole vault. We'll be flicking backwards and forwards. There's Antonios Merlos. Better. He's clear. Looked as though he took that all a bit more seriously. So Pishkova. Never quite there. So gets the red flag. It's a busy indoor arena, this, the Municipal Sports Hall. 3:66. Otrokovice to come. So, Thomas Jelinek, 2:14 performer at best. Just turned 20. And if he can raise his game, perhaps push his personal best up to about 2:18, could potentially see himself in Czech colours at the European Under-23 Championships. That'll be coming up in Bergen. I think I might have said that Bergen was the Under-20 Championships earlier in this live stream, but just to be sure, I've just double-checked, and Bergen is the Under-23 Championships in July. Under-20 Championships are in Tampere, Finland in August. Robert Ruffini. I do like the fact that we're seeing plenty of these jumpers. 2:09 for Ruffini. No. It was never there. Just didn't happen for Ruffini. So, Eliška Piškova, second attempt at 366. No, looking a little bit disappointed. Hamuda, past 2:06, coming back in at 2:09. Well, wants the help of the crowd. And all the other competitors supporting him. No, wasn't there. Hamuda had a very good year last year. Improved his personal best to 2:22. That was indoors in France, and then later on in the year took silver medals from both the All Africa Games and the African Championships. So good competitor, Hamuda. Karin Bolstad Ra. Very recently jumped a personal best of 2:15 in Bergen. 24 years of age. Oh, huge effort there. He's in shape as Ra. That personal best was only 4 days ago. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets close to it here, if not exceeds it. Also getting underway very shortly, the men's triple jump. The big man on the right-hand side. Efer Owefu, the only 16-metre plus jumper here. Jakub Kont. Pavel Halatek. Pascal Boden of Germany. The Greek flag was up there, but he is definitely German. And followed up by David Nodare and Lukas Budik. And Andrei Moshov of Ukraine finishing off proceedings. I'm sure we'll get back to the triple jump shortly. Still got a few minutes to go. Now, Antonios Merlos. 209. First attempt for the Greek. No. Struggling for height. Just doesn't look there. Adam Tomaszek. Quick in. No, dropped his shoulder, dropped his inside shoulder, the left shoulder. There is not as much vertical momentum as there should have been. Meeting record? Well, 228. So a little way to go to those sort of heights just yet. Jan Portillo, well, his personal best is only 1 centimetre short of that. Yes, managed to will it to stay on the stanchions. It's going to be Eric Portillo's turn. Eric Portillo qualified for the 2023 World Championships in Budapest and last year's Olympic Games. Didn't get out of the qualifiers. Jumped back to 28 indoors in 2023. And as I said, I thought he'd push on. I thought he'd be clearing the 230s and more and challenging the Mexican record held by their friend Edgar Rivera. Hasn't happened yet. 209 for Eric Portillo. Had that little jump with his penultimate step. Like his brother, has got great vertical lift. The Portillo brothers hailing from Chihuahua up in the north of Mexico. Here's Robert Ruffini. Brings the bar crashing down at 209. His second attempt. The height just wasn't there. Antonios Merlos to go. Should have said Hamuda, it was Merlos in the background. And by far and away the best of the Moroccan high jumpers, 15 centimetres better than anybody else from his country. Although you perhaps wouldn't have thought so, the evidence that jump displayed. Sounds a little bit critical, but I think we'd be expecting better from a man who's got 222 to his name and some good championship credentials last year. Antonios Merlos, well, we saw him pacing up and down while Hamuda was getting prepared for his jump. It's the Greek jumper's opportunity now. And that's a better jump. Still not quite showing the sort of form that would make you believe that he's got a personal best of 224, but without a doubt, a much better jump, and he knows it. He's got a smile on his face for the first time in Otrokovice. That's probably not true. He probably smiles quite a lot, but he's looked a bit nervous and thoughtful during the course of this competition. So, Adam Tomaszek, second attempt for the Czech jumper. Best of 217, Tomaszek. He's for the Olomouc club. Well, thought we were going to get a bit of the triple jump, but it's now back to Robert Ruffini. A lot of interest. And of course, the Slovak border not that far away. About 30 kilometres more or less, maybe a bit further. And his father, one of the former Czechoslovakia's top jumpers in the 80s. So brings the bar down and he's eliminated from the competition. Good support. You can see there interest from the crowd. Nikola Poshlova. .336 Poshlova attempting, coming in. Now Hamadou just getting over that finally. That looked a better jump from the Moroccan. Reasonable amount of daylight between himself and the bar. In case you're wondering, you can follow the results. The best way to do it, rather than me talk about a Czech link, is to go onto the European Athletics website, and there is an article there which is a preview of this particular meeting, focusing on Peter Mendelschmidt, a very talented Czech long jumper who's coming out to display his talents very shortly. And if you go to that article, you can find a link to the live results. It's very easy to find on the European Athletics www.european-athletics.org. On the website homepage, that's the story and a preview of this meeting. So, Tomasz Jelenic. First man to attempt 212. Not that far away. He's tickling it off with the back of his legs. So good effort there from Jelenic. This is Katarzyna Mirec. Bar now at 396. Mirec, a late addition to the field. It clears 396 without any problem whatsoever. Side Hamadou, after living dangerously at 209, what can he do at 212? Still isn't quite getting the height. Hamadou thinking about his technique. Karolina Podlashova, 396. This not very far away from her personal best of 405. Not a bad effort. Brought it down going up, but more or less had the height. Erin Bolstad Ra, 212. Ra, as I said a few days ago, improved to 215 indoors, his personal best. And that was a very good jump indeed. But for his 215 personal best, that would have been a personal best. Equals his second best ever jump of his life and his second best ever jump indoors. It looks as though he's got more to come. Antonios Merlos getting ready as we switch over to the pole vault. Merlos now, eyes over. Plenty of speed on that attempt, that makes a big difference. And managed to slither over. Wasn't there for Tomaszek. We saw the women's triple jump a little bit earlier. The men's now getting underway. Event led at the moment by the Waifu of Great Britain with 1570. Nicely done from Portillo. Bags of height there. Rather lethargic run up, but didn't need to do any more. Oldashkova. Second attempt at 396 for the Czech vaulter. Not quite there again. Pretty much a repetition of her first attempt. So, he's just seen his brother go clear at 212. What can Eric Portillo do? Doesn't use his arms very much during the course of his run-up. No, brings the bar down. I'd go so far as to say that was just a sloppy jump. Does have this habit to have a little skip with his penultimate stride. And here's the men's triple jump leader, F.A. Uwafu. Took fourth in the European Under-20 Championships back over a decade ago in 2013. Went off to Harvard University in the United States. Has forged a successful career on Wall Street, and he's now enjoying his triple jumping almost as a hobby, and took the British title last year. Jelinek. Second attempt at 212 for the Czech jumper. I had the height there. He had good height. Couldn't quite deliver the technique when he was above the bar. So the physical ability to clear this height is there, that's without a doubt. So this is Jakub Kant. 1528, and he's in second place at the moment. Won here in Otrokovice last year. Impressive little tumble at the end. Oldashkova. Third and final failure at 396. Amadou. Well, he had a rather sloppy first attempt at 2 meters 12. He can get this height, and he's done so on quite a number of other occasions. Has a personal best of 222. The Moroccan. I thought it was a much more determined run-up, but the height once again wasn't there. He's just not having a good day at the office, Mr. Hamadou. Pavel Halicek, 14.48 in the first round. Czech, 20 years of age. Personal best from last year of 15.78. Gets a red flag. Gets it very quickly. Now, Adam Tomaszek. Second attempt at 212. This is a height he's negotiated on a number of previous occasions. No, not this time though. Man from Olomouc. One more attempt, though, for Tomaszek. Eric Portillo, well, that was a rather disappointing effort with his first attempt. I've seen him do much better on a number of occasions. To be fair, that was only his first failure in this competition. Decided to take a short and runner. And he just couldn't do anything with it. Hugely disappointing. I'm not sure how much that replay will actually help. So, finally we get it right. I knew he was, I knew he was German. 15.23 from Pascal Bowden. Wasn't Greek at all. Wasn't ever Greek. Good effort from Bowden. Let's see whether that's an improvement. Now, Tomasz Jelenic. That second attempt, he had bags of height. He just left his legs trailing. So Jelenic, come on. Yeah, I thought he was going to do it. It was so close. Oh well. He's out of this competition. I have a feeling we're going to see Tomasz Jelenic revising his personal best of 2:14 fairly substantially in the near future. Now, Natalie Koffler. First attempt at 4:06 for the Italian. No. Bails out. Never really took off properly and just decided to call it a day mid-vault. Two more attempts though at 4:06. So Andrei Moshov. Tall, high-stepping run-up from the Ukrainian. Just to work hard to make the pit. Personal best of just over 14 metres. The triple jumpers. Man in the middle. Sitting second from the left on the bench was there sitting was F.A. Uwefu. So. Not quite. Thought she was going to get it, but we switched back quickly to the high jump. We're starting to eliminate a few of the athletes. Said Hamuda. He did 3 attempts to get over 2:09, and he's on his 3rd attempt at 2:12. Last year, African Games and African Championships silver medals. This should be routine to him, but now he's eliminated. I don't think you really need to be a master of psychology to interpret that body language. Bitterly disappointed. 2:12 at a meeting in France over the weekend. So that was Gurka. Now, Tomaszek, not that far away either. I think he'll be a little bit disappointed, a bit like Jelenic. The height looks as though it's there. And on another day, might well have nailed his technique a little bit better and cleared it. Losing quite a lot of jumpers at the moment. Next man to try and clear this height with 2 failures is Eric Portillo. Now, I wasn't expecting to be seeing Portillo in this much trouble. We have 3 men clear, Yara Portillo and Erin Bolstad-Ra, both with clean records so far. And Antonios Merlos, who's had a couple of failures at earlier heights. Just switch away to Natalie Koffler. No, second failure for her. Oh, Portillo gets it. That makes it 3 men clear. I should say 4 men, so a slight slip of the tongue there. So, Lukasz Budik. I wonder here when it was much more of a domestic meeting a few years ago. At 14:57 in the 3rd round. Oh, and another failure for Jurek. So 4:06, finding out a few of the vaulters. Halatek down in 4th place at the moment. 3 men over 15 metres. Okay, Weifu. Slid over to the right-hand side. Don't think that's over 15 metres. Weifu did improve, I have to say, in the 3rd round to 15.84. Well, just saw there, Erin Bolstad-Ra equaling his personal best of 2:15. And that means he's joint leader. I don't think anybody would have predicted that. And 24 years of age. Now, Pascal Bowden, 3rd place at the moment with 15.23. Pretty consistent, all 3 efforts over 15 metres. That might just have scraped over 15 metres as well. He's in. There's Merlos crashing through at 2:15. I was just going to say though, Bowden. keep you going in terms of the results as we are switching backwards and forwards very quickly. So this is the third attempt at 406 for Katarzyna Mirec. Still the two Italian big guns, Sonia Malavisi and Maria Gurka, still to come in. I mentioned earlier talking about Kofler and called her Gurka, but in fact Gurka's still sitting on the sidelines. Now Jar Portillo. He's really been the class act of this competition so far, although Ra, of course, still flawless. Oh, that's his first failure of the afternoon. Mirec gets over the third time of asking. Relief from her. Now, this is the man. This is our first proper look at F.A. Uefu. Very interesting character, and improved to 1584 in the last round, the third round. He's quite some margin ahead of the rest. Big, strong jumper. Now 29 years of age. As I say, went to Harvard University and forged a successful career in Wall Street before he always kept up being involved in athletics, but it was very much a hobby. Now, Erich Portillo, after living very dangerously at 212, can settle down. Height just wasn't there. He's struggling a little bit, is Portillo. Same with quickly switching backwards and forwards between the three events. Lukasz Budek down in fifth at the moment. Now in the fifth round, 14:57 Budek. Quite flat trajectory, never really gets out of the step phase. Budek, you could see from his vest, local athlete, completes for the TJ Jerska Otrokovice club. Jar Portillo, well, first failure at the afternoon with his first attempt at this height, 2:15. He's looking good so far, and I think it's fair to say sails clear there. Nicely done. I was out of curiosity looking at the head-to-head stats between himself and his brother, and their encounters go back to 2019, presumably when they were both in school, and Out of their 11 competitions, which I've actually got stats for, Yars only finished in front in 2 of them. So it's looking as though it's possible today could be number 3. Halatech. $14.94 in the last round. That was the 4th. Now, Eric Portillo. Under a little bit of pressure from several men, but notably his brother. No. Portillo brings the bar down. So out of the 4 men at 2:15, only Ra, equaling his personal best, and Portillo have gone clear. Katarzyna Mirek. Well, got clear at the 3rd time of asking at 4:06, but just looked as though she wasn't completely confident she could tackle that height. 3rd and final attempt for the former world under-20 champion, Antonios Merlos. Jakub Kant. Oh, Merlos nails it. We didn't quite see the jump, but we saw the aftermath, if you like, and the, the bar bouncing up and down, and Merlos punching the air. The volunteers, and a big shout out to them, then steadying the bar. Sofia Gaborska. No, wasn't to be for her. This would be a personal best height for Gaborska if she gets it. Best of 4:15 for the pole. One of 2 poles in the women's pole vault competition. So, 3rd and final attempt for Eric Portillo. No, not to be. Ends up down in 4th and off the podium. The man who came into this competition with the best personal best of all of them. So 2:28 man does no better than 2:12 today. But his brother's still in the competition. And here's the event leader in the triple jump. Feyawefu. $15.84 his best. And he's leading by some considerable margin. Over half a metre from Patrick Bowden. We switched away from Bowden, but I can tell you now that it was 15.39 for Bowden with his 4th round effort. So I said half a metre, about half a metre, 45 centimetres. Great Britain's Wefu is leading the men's triple jump competition. And here's a man who's having the competition of his life in the high jump. Erin Bolstad-Ra equalled his personal best at 2:15. Completely clean scorecard. Now has a chance of going into new career territory at 24 years of age at 2:17. And the crowd appreciate it. Here can see a couple of the other eliminated jumpers and some of the pole vaulters supporting Ra. And he's looked good so far. He's very quick, very tall and strong, and absolutely wonderful. Personal best for the Norwegian. And he hasn't had a single failure in this competition so far. Here's Moshov, the Ukrainian. Oh, runs through. So no change for Moshov. Hasn't gone over 14 meters yet. Gaborska. Well, we did get that personal best a moment ago. We didn't see the jump. So, 2:17, the height that now awaits Antonios Merlos. He's been over this on a number of occasions in the past. That brought the bar down, but that looks a much better jump than some of the ones we've been seeing from him. Certainly looked as though he was determined and hitting his marks. Lukasz Budik, 14:57 for the Czech jumper, who competes for the local club that's promoting this meeting. Down in 5th place at the moment. Not sure that's going to improve. Mirech, I think, departing from the competition. Yes. Confirmation on the scoreboard. 4:16. Height too high for her. Just a word about Mirech, just such a personal best a week ago of 4:10, so that would have been a personal best. So 4:06, a pretty good performance from the pole. Still quite a number of women vaulters in the competition though. Yeah, Portillo. 2:17. First attempt. You've seen Rago clear. Long way away for Portillo. Didn't have the speed to carry him through, but has 2 more attempts. This is Halatek. Last attempt for the Czech jumper. Nikola Poshlova. Over 4:16. Didn't see the vault, but we saw her in conversation with her coach afterwards, with a smile on her face. Poshlova a best of 4:44, so as they like to say, has this height in the bank. Now Merlos, a pretty reasonable attempt at 2:17. It's a lot better attempt than some of the ones at his earlier heights, and as you can see there, took 3 attempts to get over 2:15 and a couple of failures earlier in the competition. Pascal Baudin looking for a big one with his last attempt. I don't think that's going to be it. 15:39 in the Fourth round for the German. Oh, we're back with Merlos in the high jump. No. So Merlos departs from this competition having cleared 2:15. So, Maria Roberta Gurka. Oh, nicely over 4:26. Jakob Kant. 15:29. So pushed down to third place with Woden's 15:39 in the fourth round. I'm not sure that's going to be an improvement. Fourth, I should say, because we had Halatic jump 15:37. Second attempt for Portillo. He's adjusted his run up and he nearly made it. Just took it off with the backs of his calves. Maybe his Achilles. Now the very last jump in the triple jump. F.A. Weifu improved to 15:96 in the last round. Can he go over 16 meters? I don't think so. No. Doesn't look like it was close to 16 meters. So the meeting record. So held by Shapik Alexei at 16:20 survives for yet another year. That's been on the cards for the Belarusians since 2012. Antonios Merlos, third and final attempt at 2:17. Now the crowd are urging him onwards and upwards. Over the years has been over this height on a regular basis. Oh, and he gets it, he gets it. The bar is just twitching a little bit. But we'll have two men attempting 2:19. Yeah, Portillo still to jump. But we now have Erind Bolstad-Ra and Antonios Merlos clear at 2:17. Yeah, Portillo. Can he join Merlos and Ra? Very last competition last summer, he jumped 2:27. Well, the height was there once again, but perhaps a little bit of ring rust He hasn't competed since the end of June last year. He looks well conditioned, but the technique isn't quite grooved in yet, and he departs at 2:17, having cleared 2:15 and looking quite impressive up to that point. Handshake from his brother, who has got the better credentials, World Championship and Olympian. Erlend Bolstad-Ra, Norwegian, equalled his personal best at 2:15. Extended it when he went clear at the first time of asking at 2:17. He's having a great competition. Came here on the basis of personal best as the second weakest jumper, but at the moment he's in first place with a flawless record. So, he's been jumping so well so far. Can he continue that streak? Look at that. Looks like a set of bullet holes. No crosses whatsoever for Erlend Bolstad-Ra. 24 years of age. Oh, yes, once again, another personal best for the Norwegian. Rah, rah, rah. It's all there. Firstly equaling his personal best at 2:15 and follows it up with 2:17 and 2:19. Former triple jumper into the first European Under-18 Championships back in 2016 as a triple jumper. Hasn't been to any other major competition since then. 24 years of age now. The way he's going. I think he's probably now perhaps the Norwegian #1 at the moment. Of course, over the years, Norway has had some great high jumpers. It's a bit of a lull, but he's providing a bit of credibility back to Norwegian high jumping again. Mørlos. Well, Mørlos has been to a host of major championships, including winning that European, I should say, World Under-20 title back in 2018. Struggling a bit for technique. Finally, the moment to congratulate Ra on his personal best. Borska, well, got a personal best at 4:16. but brings the bar down at 4:26. Oscar at the moment. I'm not sure we saw it because we are chopping between the various events. But Sonia Malavici came in at 4:06 and had 3 failures. I think we might have seen one of them, which was a huge surprise. I'm just looking back at the results now. So as we look at the presentation for the men's triple jump, just waiting for FA Weifu. There we go. Class act in the competition, 15:96. Pascal Boden, the German, 15:39. And Pavel Palatek coming through the final round, 15:37. That's the 1, 2, 3. Okay, Weifu. Well, didn't get over 16 metres, but I think he'll come away from this competition with a lot of confidence. British champion last year. Could well be representing Great Britain at the European Team Championships in Madrid come June. So this is Nikola Koslova. The bar has now gone up to 4:31. Koslova, personal best of 4:44. Put the bar down there, didn't look terribly committed to the vault. Took it off with her feet. Maria Roberta Gurka also in the competition. So closing stages of the pole vault, the closing stages of the high jump. And we've still got 4 more events to go. Women's high jump gets underway at 17:30 local time. So Merlos brings the bar down at 2:19. One more attempt though for the Greek. This is Gurka. 24 years of age. She's already had a couple of outings. Jumped 4:30 in Ancona, the main Italian indoor sports facility where they have the Italian championships in recent years. 4:16 in Bordeaux. That very good meeting, that Bordeaux-Pesch meeting at the weekend. 4:31 would be a season's best. Brings the bar down. The years Gurka, well, we've seen quite a lot of her at European Age Group Championships. We haven't really seen very much at all in any way, shape or form of Erland Bolstad-Ra until today. Or was at those inaugural European Under-18 Championships, and I don't think I'd be criticised by saying I really don't remember him. He was crashed out of qualifying in the triple jump. Now a high jumper. This is Nikola Poshlova. Second attempt at 4:31. A better effort, but still brings the bar down. Oof. 2:21, and he wasn't that far away. He's had 2 improvements to his personal best. 2:17, 2:19. I think he knows it as well. He's having a great day, Erlen Bolstad-Ra. There's Poshlova. Now 26 years of age. Competes for the Kladno club. She did an indoor pentathlon 10 days ago, so multi-talented. He's already been over 4:35 this year. .219, last gasp effort, but he now departs from the competition. Gurkha. All a bit hurried and rushed. Takes second place with his 2:17 clearance. Yao Portillo will also be on the podium, having cleared 2:15. He'll bank a check of $150. €150. So, Erlen Bolstad-Ra. Second attempt at 2:21 for his 3rd improvement on his personal best, if he can go clear. And he wasn't that far away with his first effort. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't have expected a man who had just cleared 2:15 last week to have come halfway across Europe from Norwegian unless he knew he was in great form. I'd love to know the backstory. Oh, what a great clearance from Ra. Absolutely magnificent. 2:21, and with some daylight to spare, notwithstanding the fact that he clipped the bar just ever so gently. Oh, absolutely terrific performance from Ra. Poshlova, 4:31. Her last attempt at that height. What more can we expect from this man? I suspect a few of his competitors might not be believing what they're seeing, because it was only 4 days ago that he cleared a personal best of 2:15, which in itself was a 4-centimetre improvement. be at all surprised if he goes on and we see him at quite a few more of these indoor high jump competitions in Central Europe that I was talking about earlier in the programme. Well, the bar now going up to 2 meters 23. On the pole vault runner, Maria Roberta Gurka. Third and final attempt. Oh, she slithers over. Absolutely delighted. A season's best for Gurka, albeit very, very early in 2025. There's a scorecard. Straight over 4:16 and 4:26. There's Malavisi, who had a day to forget in comparison to her colleague. Malavisi all in black. Well, last year, the top Norwegian was Sander Skotheim, the very, very good decathlete and multi-eventer who cleared 2:17. And this man was second with 2:11, which at the time was a personal best. Now he's just cleared 2 meters 21. He's equalled his personal best at 2:15 and then has improved it in 3 separate increments, attempting 2 meters 24. Oh, not that far away either. Not a bad effort at all, Mr. Ra. The height was basically there, wasn't it? He's really enjoying himself. Not every day is going to be like today in the world of athletics, but Erlend Bolstad Ra is having the time of his life. Maria Roberta Gurka. Sixth at the 2019 European Under-20s. And we're in Borås in Sweden. Fortunately, no heighted in the final of the 2021 European Under-23s when they were in Tallinn. Now needs to just calm down and collect his thoughts. He's been jumping so well so far. Clinched victory. Clinched that €350 check. There's Gurka as well, looking equally pensive. First attempt to come at 4:36 for Gurkha. Second attempt at 2:24 for Erlen Bolstadra. I saw on the captions 2:24, but I'm actually seeing on my results monitor 2:23, which does make a bit more sense. Let's see what it says this time. So 2:36 for Maria Gurkha. Maria Roberta Gurkha. Just focusing. Results from the men's high jump, and do apologise. We just had a few technical problems and we lost commentary for a short while, but it was Erland Bolstad Ra who took the men's high jump crown with a clearance of 2:21. What a superb performance from the Norwegian. No less than 3 improvements to his personal best to finish off that competition. Antonios Merlos of Greece, the former European world under-20 champion, taking second with 2:17. And Jar Portillo, the younger of the two Portillo brothers in this competition, third with 2:15. So, Maria Roberta Gurka. Third and final attempt at 4:36. She's got this competition clinched. Can she go higher? It's already a season's best. Personal best of 4:41, which came last summer. No, wasn't to be. Nevertheless, finishes today with a clearance at 4:31 and finishes in first place. There's her compatriot and perhaps the better known Italian, well-known international competitor Sonia Malavisi, holding the tablet and reviewing the jumps. Confirmation of the final results. Gurka taking the win in Otrokovice with 4:31. Poshlova 4:26 for very good second place for the local athlete. And Zofia Gaborska, a personal best, adding 1 centimetre to her best. The pole clearing 4:16 in third place. And as you can see there, a bit of a disappointment for the very good Italian Sonia Malavisi. Came here with career best, boasting a personal best of 4:52, which she cleared last year, and unable to clear her opening height of 4:06. So, we're going to take a brief break from commentary now. The next high jump competition to be underway after that wonderful men's event is the women's high jump at 17:30 local time, and the men's long jump at 17:40 gets underway very shortly afterwards. See you again in about 7 minutes' time. Well, while we were taking a short break from commentary, you saw the prize-giving ceremonies for the men's high jump and the women's pole vault. And those are the four remaining contests during the course of the rest of this afternoon and early evening at the Otrokovice Jump 2025 meeting, a World Athletics Indoor Tour Challenger meeting. Yes, we have getting underway very shortly, and that's a very slight change, I must confess, to the published programme. We have the men's long jump getting underway in about 13 minutes' time, and then the women's high jump will get underway at 17:50 local time. As I was saying earlier, you can follow live results of this meeting. Rather than try and explain the very long-winded URL, let me give you a simpler solution. Why don't you go to the European Athletics website, www.european-athletics.com, and there is an excellent preview there of this meeting, and it's on the homepage of the website, and you can just click on the link to the live results if you look at that preview. That's the best way of doing it. You probably already know your way there if you're watching this meeting or have gone via the European Athletics website to look at this live stream. Well, we've got a lot of live stream coming up over the course of the next 6 weeks. And of course we have no less than, I think it's now 24 live streams going out during the course of the next 6 weeks as we head towards the European Athletics Indoor Championships coming up in Apeldoorn, which are between the 5th to the 9th of March. We head off to the Netherlands and see a few of these competitors in action in those championships, I think. Maybe one of those, maybe somebody like Maria Roberta Gurka, the winner of the pole vault. I wouldn't be surprised to see her at all in Apeldoorn. But this being a World Athletics Indoor Tour Challenger meeting, it's the 4th tier, so it gives a wonderful opportunity to athletes who are perhaps not quite the names that you would be readily familiar with and who might appear at the likes of the European Athletics Indoor Championships, or indeed might have been last summer to the European Athletics Championships in Rome, or even a global contest. It gives an opportunity for them to go through their paces and really make a mark. And one man who did that, who I have to say was very impressed with, was Erland Bolstad-Vraa, the winner of the men's high jump just a short while ago. Improved his personal best no less than 3 occasions, equalled it at 2:15 and then cleared 2:17, 2:19 and 2:21. Wouldn't be at all surprised to see him improve on that as well. Had a couple of good attempts at 2:23, and once you start clearing 2:25, 2:26, that can often be the ticket into continental championships, continental events. And he probably has booked his place as a member of the Norwegian team at the European Team Championships. Last year, the Norwegian number one cleared 2:17, so certainly at the moment he's the Norwegian number one as far as that event is concerned. Of course, we'll be off to Norway, and there will be live streaming on all the European Athletics broadcast channels and Eurovision Sport of the European Under-23 Championships coming up in Bergen in July as well. You're wondering where Otrokovice is? Well, it's about 40 kilometres from the border with Slovak Republic. It's down in the southeast of Czechia in the Moravia region, famous for its wine. And they do produce some excellent red wine. I can speak from personal experience. Well, as we wait for the men's long jump presentation and the women's high jump presentations. We'll just take a very brief break once again from commentary. So here's the lineup for the men's long jump. 7-strong field. Getting big cheers. I don't think that's Lucas Budak. No, he finally got there. We had Jakub Patos. Cameron Van, 753 man. Here's the Romeo Antia, Benin record holder, 797, albeit from quite a few years ago. Yaromir Ishankov, another 797 man, personal best. And here's very much the poster boy for this event, Peter Mendelschmidt, the very, very talented Czech jumper who, well, is still a teenager, 19 years of age, only just turned 19 7 days ago. And he made the final of the European Championships last year when he finished 7th, went to the Olympics. Didn't get out of qualifying on that occasion, but a huge learning experience for him. And he's an 8-meter plus jumper. In the men's long jump, the championship record stands to Roman Novotny from 2009, 796. It'll be interesting to see how the likes of Mendelschmidt, Ishenkov and Antea go and whether they can get close to that August mark, which has been on the books now for 16 years. A good crowd massed behind the high jump. There's been free entry to everybody, and I'm sure over the second half of this programme more people will be coming in as well. There's also some benches on the left-hand side of your screen, and that would be to the right-hand side of the high jumpers. So the first man to jump, Jakub Patos. "17-year-old Slovak jumper, modest personal best of 673. So that was Peter Mendelssohn, sorry. The foul for the Czech jumper. Should have been paying closer attention. So this is Ishenkov. All Ukrainian. Also gets a foul to his name. Romeo Antia, the French-based Benin athlete. Bronze medalist at the 2015 and 2019 All Africa Games. Ooh, long way back before the board. Already had a couple of outings. 238 back in December. 738, I should say, still thinking about the high jump. 738 back in December, and then 719 on a trip to Spain, Sabadell. That was back on the 10th of January. Dan Kovac, Czech Republic. See there, here's Limpa Praha club vest. That's a white flag. That's a pretty good jump from him. 7:45 personal best. That's not that far away from it. Well, 6:60 did look a little bit longer, I have to say. Head-on shot here means it's sometimes a little bit difficult to assess distances. Cameron Van. Personal best of 7:53 set last year. That's probably towards about the 7-meter mark, maybe a little bit shy. 7:10, no, just over. And Jakub Patoš, just 16 years of age. 6:73, a Slovak jumper. So really can get some good experience in this competition, this World Athletics Indoor Tour Challenger meeting. Quick on the run up, but doesn't get the lift that some of the other jumpers get. Indeed, it was adjudged to be a foul. So after the first round, Cam Van leading the way with 7:10. I'm sure that's going to be improved on. Lukasz Budik. We saw him in the triple jump earlier. He's just doing this for experience. Organisers allowing him into the competition. He wasn't on the original start list. Meters. You can see one or two photographers just gathering around the far end of the pit. This is the turn of Peter Mendelschmidt now. 8:03 to his best. Foul in the first round. Oh, chopping badly. He does get a good distance. he could still afford to bring his runner back. Probably a metre or so more. Oh, red flag wasn't raised quickly, but it was given as a foul. Thought it might have been, but I wasn't 100% sure since the red flag wasn't raised quickly. It's a Shenkov. Gets the white flag. Looks like it might take the event lead, which is currently held by Cam Van at 7:10. 7:12. Just by 2 centimetres. I will confess, I thought it was a little bit further. So, Romeo Entia. That is big jump of 797 in 2018, so we're 6 years beyond that. Last year jumped 764. Just missed out on a All Africa Games medal. As we move across to the women's high jump. Still plenty to spare in terms of getting his foot on the board. So Clara Vavrina. 173 performer. Pejnikova. And no, I don't think we lost Annabella Neto earlier. So Lanikova, and this is Runa Stanchev, Spanish #1 at the moment. Here's the French-based Guinean, Fatimata Bailey, and here's Emily Borthwick. Personal best of 195 a few years ago. Not quite in that sort of form at the moment. Kovac. Personal best of 745. Inside a 757 windy last year. Van. Enjoying his time in Otrokovice. Foul with his second attempt after that 7:10. Oh, 7:25 it was measured. They were very, very quick indeed in measuring it and raking it. Potosh. So that foul in the first round. Looking for a valid jump. No. So 2 successive failures, as we'd say in high jumping, or no jumps in long jumping. This is Lukas Budic, having his second competition of the afternoon. Now 21 years of age, better known as a triple jumper, 15.23 jumper at best, from when he was a teenager a couple of years ago. 6.20, so 20 centimetre improvement from Budic. That's Peter Mendelschmidt. 2 fouls. Third one attempt, valid attempt would be good. And it does finally get the white flag. $7.25 from Kanban to Chase, 7.59. That emphatically takes the lead. Still fairly modest jumping by his own standards. Jumped 7.70 to win here last year. Still not very far away. Visashenkov. Giving us a foul. That's Romeo and Tia. Third at the moment now. That's 7.22 in the previous round. $7.48. So a good improvement by Intia. Best indoor jump for a couple of years. So Dankovac. See, 6.88 to his name so far. Ragged finale, legs everywhere. case you're wondering, the bar 159. That was the third attempt from Teresa Kondrakova. Cam Van. Second. Third place with 725. Given us a foul. Annabella Neto coming in at 163. She was down to do the triple jump, which was quite curious to see her because she hasn't triple jumped since 2020. But clears 163 without any problems. I'm just wondering whether there were travel issues because her colleague Ferreira didn't make it either. So Jakub Patoš. Good speed from the young 16-year-old Slovakian. Just needs to perhaps hone some of his techniques. 6:38. Respectable result for him. Chris Budik, late entrant after competing in the triple jump earlier. Somewhat stuttering run up. It's given us a red flag. You can see that in the distance if you're looking far way down the track. So Emily Borthwick coming in. No problems for Borthwick. Comfortable start to proceedings at 1 metre 67. Zuzana Stanchev, Spanish number 1. Competes for the Nerja club down there in Andalusia. 188 her personal best, which she cleared last year. Spanish women's high jumping a little bit in the doldrums since the retirement of Olympic champion Ruth Batia, but Stanchev leading the way. Now 22 years of age, Stanchev. To that. Also over 167. And Annabella Neto following suit. Neto, 186 performer at best, and struggling with injuries. Peshinkova, now 20 years of age, 186 performer as well. She's got her right ankle fairly heavily strapped up. That's a takeoff leg. She comes from the left-hand side. Vavrinova bringing the bar down at 167. Say Fatimata Bailey, the Ghanaian, passing this height. So we're now resorted and into the fourth round. And Lucas Budak fouls. Vavrinova, second attempt at 167, now over. Big smiles from Vavrinova. 173 personal best. Patush. Followed very shortly by Dan Kovac. Just waiting for Padushi's mark to come up though. Kovac 688 in round two. He's going much further than that. CZE last year. It's windy 757 to his name. Improved to 651. That will be an indoor best for him. Borthwick. 171 without too much trouble there. And here we have our first sight of Fatimata Bailey, tall, rangy Ghanaian. No problems for Bailey, based in France, up in northern France at the Amiens club where she's been since a child. Finished third in last year's French championships. Cam Van. $7.25 for the American. That's Lanikova as we switch back to Cam Van. Fourth attempt for the American. That looks a good one. That might be an improvement on his 7.25. Annabella Neto, latest to attempt 171. Wearing the familiar colours of Sporting Lisbon. Bringing the bar down though, Portuguese athlete. So, Pejinkova, Message on my commentator results that Una Stanchev has passed this height, so Annabella Neto gets over it now. Is it 5 women clear at this height? So, Peter Mendelschmidt, 4th attempt, leading the way at the moment, and that looks like a good effort. 7:59 in the 3rd round after 2 fouls. Looked as though he finally got the jitters out of his system with that 3rd attempt. Wonder how far he went there. Probably around the same distance as his 3rd round effort. This is Klara Vavrinova. That's cleared 173. Wasn't that far away there at 171. Good effort from her. Well, she's got 2 more attempts. I should say 1 more attempt, sorry. So we're at the start of the 5th round in the men's long jump. Lukasz Budik. He's very used to having sand on his spikes. So, Klara Vavrinova. 3rd and final attempt at 171. No, not quite. 2nd attempt was a good one, though. Personal best of 173. I think we might well see Vavrinova. Just remember, she's only also just 17 years of age, improving over the course of the coming months. Jakub Patoš, just 16, even younger. So foul in the 5th round for Patoš. Bar's gone up. Emily Borthwick, the first to attempt 173. It's hard work of it, but gets there in the end. I'm expecting to see Dan Kovac, the next man up. No, Kovac's passed. Shenkov takes his turn. Shenkov, 712 to his name. Well, last year he was in the 780s at 789, a season's best. Here's Fatimata Bailey, easily over. Almost like a trading jump. in third place at the moment with 7:25. I'm just waiting, I should say. I'm just checking. Has been pushed back to fourth as Isashenkov jumped 7:45. Umashtanchev nicely over 174. Kamban just taking a deep breath, getting himself psyched up. He's being pushed down, as I said, from third to fourth with that previous jump from Ukraine's Yaroslav Isashenkov. Lanikova also over 174. So he's friendly with Antonios Merlos, the man who finished second in the men's high jump. As we looked at Annabella Neto there. So just to recap, Van 684 doesn't improve for him. 7:48 Romeo Entea has to his name. He's in second place at the moment by 11 centimetres. Gets a white flag. That was close on the board. Nikova clearing as well at 174. If she gets up to a personal best of 186, she'll have been jumping a lot during the course of this competition. A bit like the men's event. I did wonder whether a few of the athletes were starting a height or two too early. But he's only got one valid effort in, but it was good enough to take the lead at 7:59. Peter Mendelschmidt. Still just 19 years of age, the two-time Youth Olympic Festival winner. A red flag. You're watching his feet just to see whether there was a foot fault, and he went into the plasticine, and indeed he did. He's taking this as a training competition, just getting ready for the big events that are going to come later in the winter period. Emily Borthwick. That is into the bar. That's interesting. Borthwick brings the bar down at 177. So the start of the final round, Lukasz Budik. We've also got the presentation of the men's pole vault. That's going to get underway very shortly. Outlining a few of the technical details, just letting people know what's happening. We just saw Adam Antelek presented to the crowd. Lucas Zapank. Big wave from the pole, Eric Ferzovic. Lipkemski, 542 man. Even Geronimo Seric. And last, and certainly not least, the best man in this field, Carson Cody Waters. Personal best set last year of 572. Jakub Patoš, 651 to his name at the moment for the Slovak athlete. Quite a reasonable number of Slovak athletes here. A few based in Czechia, a few making their way here. In the case of Jakub Patoš, that's all the way from the Slovak capital Bratislava. So 177. Didn't have the height, almost just drops on the bar. 2 more attempts for Neto. Not sure we saw it on any caption. Patoš got 620. Now Dan Kovac, he passed the last round. Had 701 in round 4. Sashenko, I think everybody really motivated alongside him to Kovac's left. Kuznikova. That opening failure at 159, she's had a flawless record, and this is 177. But that's her second failure of the competition. Sashenkov now, the Ukrainian. Was there a foul, a red flag? Yes. No need for the officials to measure that. So Isashenkov finishes his competition. Emily Borthwick, though, continues in hers. Clear at 177 at the second attempt. Cam Van. $7.25, so he's off the podium at the moment in 4th place. As we look at Renata Lernikova. Mistimed that a little bit. 86 performer, the very young and talented 18-year-old Czech jumper. Didn't seem to hit it properly and gets a red flag. So finishes off with a foul as well. So just 2 jumpers to come. Antia and Mendelschmidt. Annabella Neto, second attempt now well underway, and this is the Portuguese jumper. She'll have to take a 3rd attempt at this height. Of course, pedants will argue that she could pass and wait for the bar to go up and take her 3rd and final attempt at that height. But I think it's most likely that she'll want to stay at 177. So Romeo and Tia. 759 his target. gets a white flag. I don't think it's quite long enough to improve and bridge that gap of 11 centimetres. Zinkova brings the bar down as well. Oh, and just as I say that, 7.68 for Antia. Oh, quite impressive. He's having a chat there with the triple jump winner. Some words being exchanged between Antia and Efe Uwefo. Renata Lanikova. Now you've just seen his lead stolen away from him with that superb jump from Romeo Antia. How can he respond? Needs another 9 centimetres now. Ooh, I think that's a good jump. I think that may well have got himself back in the lead. Peter Mendelschmidt has shown that he's got the appetite of a champion. He's won European Youth Olympic Festivals. Yeah, just waiting for confirmation. 7.70. Gets it by 1 centimetre. But a great response there from Peter Mendelschmidt. How will that motivate Renata Lanikova? Third and final attempt at 177. Oh, she was so close. Very near to getting over 177. I think she'll be disappointed. She has a best of 186, so she knows that she's been over that height on many other occasions. Congratulations all round, though. There you see it. Mendelschmidt 770 and Tia 768. Miroslav Isashenko taking third for Ukraine. So, last attempt for Annabella. No, she was never convinced she was going to get over that height. Here's a woman who in her career has cleared 186, with 180 last year, but not today. Zinkova also has a best from last year of 186. So not reaching those heights at the moment. Oh, that was a good jump though. She adds her name to the list of athletes who are going to be attempting 180 very shortly. I'm seeing it's going to go up in 2 centimetre increments. So I think it might be 179 the next height. We'll wait and see. So this is Adam Antelek, Slovak Republic. Oh, as we see Emily Borthwick just catching me out. Antelek. Oh, wriggles over at the third time of asking. 463. Fatoumata Bailey, she looks so good at the height so far and continues to clear everything that's presented to her. So 179. Bailey's fascinating story first took the Ghanaian record as a 16-year-old when she cleared 160. And that record she's taken right the way up now by almost a foot in imperial measurements, 28 centimetres over the course of the last 11 years. Stanchev. 179 for the Spaniard. Oh gosh. She was just dropping and getting more and more hunched as she got closer to the bar. It was all just a bit hurried. If I was a coach, I'd say just slow it down a fraction and just try and run a bit more upright, and you'll be able to use those levers to great effect. Pesinkova. Oh, nicely clear. After troubles at the previous height, she soars clear with her first attempt. So we're back with Ivan Geronimo Seric at 478. Croatian. No problems for him. Oh, big clearance there as well. Seric, a 551 man. So shouldn't have been any problems. Emily Borthwick. 181. Oof. Clips it with her heels, but she'll be very pleased with that. That's her best jump in over a year. Marta Bailey. She's looked very impressive so far in this competition. 181 for the Guinean. Her first failure of the competition. Just drops her shoulder. Needs just a little more speed and perhaps take off a fraction of work further away. Stanchev, the Spaniard, decided to pass after that first time failure at 179. Sort of hopped and skipped away over those final strides. It was a much better effort. This is Danlek. So, Zinkova, 181. Zinkova. Piece for the Paradice Club now. 4:46 indoors in Ostrava last year. That was her personal best. I think that ankle that's visibly strapped might be bothering her. Antelek, 4:78. His first attempt after needing 3 to get over 4:63. Much better jump. Oh, second failure for Bailey, who looked so good at the earlier heights. That's a little bit of a surprise to me. So third effort. She had one at 179 and a failure at 181 as well. If she doesn't clear this height, she'll be out of the competition. Currently, we only have Emily Borthwick over this height at 181. Stanishev, Zinkova and Bailey with attempts. Yes! Stanishev finally gets it right. Keeps the competition alive. And a big thumbs up from the 22-year-old Spaniard. Sigh of relief there. So two women at least attempting 183. Pospiech, the pole. Second attempt at 478. Now makes it quite comfortable. Pospiech. And now, Fatoumata Bailey. Come on, Fatoumata. You look so good with all those heights up to and including 179. That was a good jump from Bailey. 3 women still in this competition. Yes, and you can see she's pleased and relieved. So, success or failure, the very last person to jump at 181 will be Zdara Pezinkova. Just composing herself. I had a feeling something like that was going to happen when she bailed out at her previous attempt. Nevertheless, 179. Now this is the American, the real headline act in the men's pole vault. Carson Cody Waters. Coming in at 493. Well, the men pole vaulters haven't had a great deal of time to warm up, So it's no surprise to see perhaps some of the better vaulters taking the opportunity to use some of these lower heights like that. Soaring clearance for Waters. Already had some 4 competitions. It's been pretty busy as Waters. Borthwick just bringing the bar down for the first time at 183. That's the Olympic Games. Did 193 in qualifying in 2021. Into the World Championships indoors now. Fatuma Bailey, never been to a global contest. Just a bit of a lackluster jump. Now, Uma Stanchev back to square one after that second attempt at 181 on her 3rd attempt consecutively. Now 183 for the Spaniard. Stanchev, the final of the 2023 European Under-23s in Espoo. Just missed out on a medal at the Ibero-American Championships last summer when she finished 4th. So she's a pretty regular Spanish international at the moment, as I've said. Leading the way has been Spanish #1 for the last 2 years. Once again, getting into that routine of sort of skipping with a penultimate jump. The run-up isn't at all fluid. Very unfair comparison, but if you look to the run-up of Yaroslava Mahuchik and look to the run-up of Una Stanchev, you'd see a few differences. So, Emily Borthwick. Second attempt. If she can go clear, she takes control of this competition. No, drops her shoulder and just takes off a bit too close to the bar. Borthwick last year had her injury problems, but he's looking as though she's coming back from that. Oh, Bailey! He snatched the lead from under the noses of Borthwick and Stanchev. So that puts her into first place. That was a good jump from Bailey. Just asking for some adjustments of the bar as we switch back to Uma Stanchev. Second attempt for Stanchev. Bulgarian parents, as you might guess from the family name. very similar to her first attempt, and it ends the same way with the bar coming down. Just got time to quickly shoehorn in a prize ceremony for the men's long jump. So, giving it to the top four. Van, you see him, tall American, 7:25. Sashenikov, 7:45. Romeo Intia from Benin, just missing out with that last round, 7:68. Betty thought he might have got it when he uncaught that jump, but no, it was the local hero and the man who's been the face of this competition in all the pre-publicity locally, Peter Mendelschmidt, a Czech teenage prodigy who responded magnificently with 7:70. But the three events in the arena, the men's pole vault, women's high jump, move on. And a little bit later we'll have the women's long jump as well. That's scheduled to start at the top of the hour, 1900 local time in Otrokovice. So Uma Stanchev, third and final attempt at this height. Just missed Emily Borthwick bringing the bar down while we're having that prize ceremony. So Borthwick out of the competition. Whether she gets second or third will depend on whether Stanchev goes clear or not. So, third and final attempt for Stanchev. No. In fact, very similar to her previous two attempts. But she'll be on the podium. She finishes third. Picking up a check for €150. Emily Borthwick finishing second at 181, same height as Stanchev. And Fatimata Bailey continues, having cleared 183, the only woman over that height. Fatimata Bailey. She's going to have the bar put that up to. She, of course, has the choice. The Ghanaian indoor record, although there are no longer indoor records for the jumps because they've been superseded by the changes to the regulations, which brings in the terminology short track. But let's just say then the Ghanaian indoor best is 184, which we set last winter in Amiens, in a local training centre up in the north of France. It's gone for 186. This would be a national indoor best, and a very good attempt it was too from Bailey. So Luka Supanch, second failure at 493. Slovenia. Only two men clear so far. Waters and Pospiech. American in the pole. So much has passed this height. I think Kemsky the pole. Two poles in this competition. Looks as though it's coming 5:23. He's actually asked the judges for. Let's see whether that comes to pass. So this is Adam Antelech. Problems at his opening height of 463, then clear at 478, first time vasking. Two failures now at 493. Bailey is going through a pre-jump routine, which you see so many jumpers do, mentally rehearsing what they're going to do, with a few physical drills thrown in, just making sure her arms are in the right place. By that I mean as they approach to the bar. Now she's exhorting the crowd to get behind her. Second attempt at 186 for Fatoumata Bailey. Bailed out there, just lost sight, lost focus. Bailey's been over this height on two previous occasions, both outdoors in Amiens back in 2023. It's her penultimate national record, and then last summer in Angers when she finished third in the French Championships and cleared her personal best and national record of 188. So this is Vladislav Sadlerchek. Third and final attempt at 493. Apologies, confusing him with Slovenia's Luka Supanch. Finally nails it, and a big sigh of relief from the Slovenian. So, third and final attempt at 186 for the only woman remaining in this competition, Fatoumata Bailey. And the crowd really getting behind her. There isn't much capacity in this municipal sports hall in Otrokovice. I don't think she really believed that she could get that height, but nevertheless gave it a go, and she does leave Otrokovice as the winner. 183, the winning height for the Ghanaian Fatoumata Bailey, and quite appropriately thanks all the officials for helping produce an excellent competition. There's the woman who finished second, Emily Borthwick, just disappearing out of camera shot to your left. She's enjoying her time in Otrokovice in this part of southeastern Czechia. And other competitors congratulating her as well. So this is Ladislav Sedlacek. Also seen Adam Antelech go clear as well. That happened while we were watching Fatoumata Bailey. No. He's out of the competition though. The best of 478. First man to depart from this competition. Everyone else in the 7-man field still in. As you can see, the first man to attempt the next height, which will be 503, will be Ivan Geronimo Seric of Croatia. Just the pole vault going on in the Municipal Sports Hall at the moment, but very shortly we'll be getting underway with the last event of this long but very enjoyable World Athletics Indoor Challenge meeting, coming to you from Otrokovice. Finishing the day's events will be the women's long jump. So there's Ivan Geronimo Seric. Zupank just keeping himself warm. I don't think that's too much of a problem, although outside it's sub-zero temperatures in this part of Czechia at the moment. Deciding just to take a break, just keep mobile. I don't think he was happy with the stanchions. See over on the left hand side of your screen, which is where the horizontal jumps have been taking place, that the women's long jump is just about to have its presentation. Eight women in this competition. Starting starting with Barbora Mitova, Yulia Kubshova, Greek athlete Nikola Poizaridi, Renata Wodjanska being called forward. Jessica Barrera. Well, she was also down to do the triple jump, but she's better known as a long jumper. And in there as well was Kaiser Karlen. So Karlen and Barrera, two women who've jumped over 6.5 meters in their careers. Karlen, the Swede, 6.65 her personal best, which she achieved last year. Barrera, the Portuguese #1 at the moment, 6.56. Ah, finally, ready to go. Luke Zupanch, needing 3 attempts to clear his previous height of 493. What can he do here? Seric has gone clear at 503. No, this runs through. That'll get a red flag and an X on his scorecard. 2 more attempts though at this height for Luka Zupanch. That being 503. Got a foul on her first attempt, but Jessica Barrera so that was also a foul. We didn't see it properly. Cameraman moved away, followed the athlete. Stefanopoulou, 3 consecutive fouls at the start of this women's long jump. Stefanopoulou, personal best of 6:38. Now Renata Wodjanska. Did have to mentally rehearse that name, I won't deny it. 21 years of age, so Czech could be looking at a trip to the European under-23s this year if she can make some steps forward. Though she probably wants to make a step back there because that was another foul. This is Adam Antelech. First attempt at 5:03. Passing Cody Waters, who we did see earlier attempts at 463 and then 493. Going to pass this height. Come back in and attempt 513. As we look at Daniela Volna, as Luka Zupanc. Second attempt for him. Nikola Porazidi, 618, her personal best set last year. Live from her. Is that going to be the first measured jump? Yes, 575. So after 5 fouls, we finally have a measurable jump, a legal jump. Luka Zupanc, second attempt at 503, but brings the bar down. Sugar. We're darting around a little bit here. It's a bit tricky sometimes to keep up with the action. Trying to keep you informed of everything that's happening. Definitely recommend you to go to the live results, and the best way of doing that is go on the European Athletics website and look at the preview of this meeting, and there's a link to the live results. 5 meters exactly to finish the first round for Barbora Mitavova. So, Kaiser Garlin. Only 3 women, I should say, got valid jumps in the first round. At the moment, the leader, with a very modest 575, is Nikola Porazidi. So second foul for the Swede. Luka Zupanc. Third attempt at 503 for the very muscular looking Croatian. As we quickly switch back to Jessica Barrera. Oh, she got a white flag, good. But she does look to be a little bit of discomfort. She's not walking completely fluidly. 6:10. Well, that takes the lead. Now Maria Stefanopoulou, who likewise had a foul in the first round. 6:38, her best, as we switch back to Zupanc. Oh, does it stay up? It does. Oh, relief and a big smile. The Slovenian gets away with it, living dangerously once again. 3 attempts needed at 493 and the same again at 503. Nevertheless, he'll be able to now attempt a personal best of 513. Renata Wodnianska. Quick recap of the high jump. So Zadara Pesnikova, 179. She gets her certificate. Una Stanchev, 181. Finishing in third on the countback rules. Emily Borthwick. Should be quite pleased with that, making a respectable return after injury issues last year. 181 for her as well, even though at best she's a 195 performer and an Olympian to boot. And Fatimata Bailey. Bailey, the only woman over 183. Bailey gets the silver and bronze medalist up there, and there's not really room for poor old Pesnikova, who's left out in the cold. Starting to feel hungry after 5 hours of this excellent World Athletics Indoor Tour Challenger meeting coming to you from Otrokovice. So Adam Antelech brings the bar down at 503. Would have been a personal best for him, has a personal best of 501. So a respectable performance from him. Didn't see Pavel Popsiech go over 503, but he's also over this height. We still have 5 men in this competition in the pole vault as we look at Livia Hubskova. And finishing off the second round, Barbara Mitovova. Over 21 years of age. That brings to an end the second round in the long jump. Leading the way, Jessica Barrera from Portugal with 6:10. Still 4 women yet to get a valid jump in. Fortunately, regardless, all 8 women get 6 attempts. It's not like a major championship. So, Carlin. Yes, she does get a white flag. You could see the judge just waiting and waiting, but eventually lifting it. She did have to chop her stride, though. And she went right out to the right-hand corner. I should say right-hand side of the long jump pit. There's Popsiech. Got over 5:03 with his third and final attempt. Jessica Barrera leading the way at the moment. I see that Carlin just went out to 6:16 with her previous jump. Barrera doesn't look at all comfortable, does she? That was a foul, so talking with Annabella Neto, perhaps acting as a second pair of eyes for her. Stefanopoulou. Can she get a valid jump in? Oh, I think that's a red flag again. Yes, it is. She was good. Half a foot. I mean that physically rather than metaphorically. Over the board, as you could see there on the replay. So it's the turn on the run-up of Renata Wodniacka. Wodniacka, 6:26 performer at best, the 20-year-old. Just taking her time, composing herself, focusing. Time while that's all happening. Looking at Popsiech. I should say, just to give you an update on the pole vault, both Ivan Geronimo Seric of Croatia and Filip Kempski from Poland are both passing this height, waiting for the bar perhaps to go up to its next height, which is scheduled to be 5:23. Svetlana Boychuk. Saw her earlier, finishing third in the triple jump. Not perhaps quite as well known as a third and consecutive foul as a long jumper. Did go to the European Under-20 Championships in 2023 and contest the long jump as well, but Boychuk finishing just outside the medals in the triple jump. Boychuk a 6:22 long jumper at best. Nikolia Perazidi, second of two Greek athletes in this competition. 5:75 in the first round. Perazidi very quick on the runner, doesn't waste any time, hurtles down the runway but a bit of a ragged takeoff. .570 for CZE, so no improvement for her. Ubasheva. .59 in the first round, but gets a second consecutive foul following on from her no jump in the second round. So the 20-year-old Czechia jumper. She'll still have 3 further efforts. 6:10 her personal best set last year. And finishing off the third round, the halfway point in the women's long jump, Barbora Mitova-Vova. I got there in the end. I do apologise to Barbora Mitova-Vova. So, disappointment for Pavel Pospiech. Third failure at 5:13. So he departs from the competition. Still his compatriot Filip Kempski, the good one. Pole with a best of 5:42 still to come in. Now here's the event leader. She's lost track of the rounds. I was just looking at her. She thought she was first to go again, but in fact she'll be last to go as she leads the way at the halfway point. Big smile on Carlin's face. Carlin, World Under-18 silver medalist back in 2015. Here's Carson Cody Waters. We last saw him at 493. He's passed the last couple of heights, and the bar is now at 523. Waters, pretty steady performer. Jumped 572 indoors in Albuquerque last year in one of those big pole vault summit meetings. This year it set his personal best of 571 at the time at the same meeting in Albuquerque in February. Just wondering whether he's going to go back there and do that again this year. He's got a dozen jumps roughly over 560. So now it's the turn of Maria Stefanopoulou. Hasn't got a valid jump in yet. Finally she does. And the question is how far? Carlin's lead at 6:16 is pretty modest at the moment. 584. Well, she's got a valid mark on the board anyway. 2 more jumps to improve on it. So another of the women who didn't get in a valid jump in the first 3 rounds, Renata Wodnianska. Well, that was certainly a legal jump. She took off halfway to Zlin, I think. Well, obviously an exaggeration, but you could see there. She was probably more than, or roughly half a metre behind the board. So, Ivan Geronimo Seric. 2 jumps so far. Clear on both of them, but not at 523. Seric hasn't yet been to a major championship, something I've referred to a few times. Now 24 years of age. So there's Ukrainian Bolchuk, Svetlana Bolchuk. .574 for her foulest mark of the competition. That keeps her down in 6th place. So, our first sight of Filip Kempski. 542, and he's fairly audaciously waited until the bar's gone up to 523. Red flag. No. So Kempski, first time failure at his opening height. Just saw there Abura Mitovova just have a foul. Livia Kubsheva jumping now. Jumps for the Brno club. Teammate of Slovakia's Tamara Balashova, we saw in the triple jump earlier. So Luka Zupanc, passing 513, now attempting 523. This would be a personal best for the Slovenian. No. It was never there. Borazidi, we're just seeing, quickly cutting away. So only waters over this height so far. First time failures for Seric, Zupanc and Kempski. Jessica Barrera now. 6'10" in the second round. Her only valid jump so far. This is the 4th round. She's lying in 2nd place at the moment. Has to chop her stride quite dramatically, but gets on the board. Second attempt for Seric. Improved last year outdoors to 551. Yes, nails it. Good effort there from Seric. Soars clear there. Now Kempski. Maybe just a little bit of ring rust, metaphorically speaking. Had to wait quite a long time, although that's been his decision. Could have come in at some of the earlier heights, like one or two of the people like Seric and Waters have done, just to keep himself limber and mobile. No. Now he's in trouble. Now he's in what they call the last chance saloon. Stephanopoulos. Well, I just saw one athlete in black to another. The man in black, Stephanopoulos. Well, we're just darting between these two events here. 6:09, so she goes up to third behind Carlin and Barrera. Looking at Luka Zupanc now. This will be a personal best for the Croatian. Look there at Wodnianska. Another foul for the Slovak jumper. Well, he's been on a bit of a streak, has improved his personal best twice in the last 10 days. Can he make it 3 times? Yes, he can. So 5:12 at a meeting in Germany 10 days ago. 4 days ago he cleared 5:15 in Greece, in Thessaloniki, and here he's just gone over 5:23. So Svetlana Bolchuk. No. Yet another foul for Bolchuk. So finishes today with 5:74. She's in 5th place at the moment, Bolchuk, as we switch back to Filip Kempski. It's do or die time. 3rd attempt at his opening height and finally soars clear. Visible relief on the face of Filip Kempski. Makes it 3 men over this height. I should say 4 men, I think. Yes. Mitavova. Solid on the board. That definitely gets the white flag. That's a best of 5 meters. Nice to improve on that. 4:96 at the start of the 5th round for Mitavova. In the foreground, you've got Carson Cody Waters. There's Luka Zupanc. There is Natalia Korazidi. To the foreground though, Livia Lubashova. Opened with 5.59, but has had 4 consecutive fouls now. Kemsky, after those dramatics at 5.23, can he just calm his nerves? Korazidi, 20-year-old Greek, last year improved to 6.18. He has 5.75, 5.80 to her name, I should say, after improving in the last round. No. This time, though, a foul. Rueful grin and a little skip out of the pit, but she has one more attempt remaining. Kemsky, no. Brings the bar down at 5.33. I should tell you that Carson Cody Waters has passed. And Jessica Barrera. Barrera improved to 6.12 in the last round. No improvement though this time. Red flag for the Portuguese jumper. Clubmate of Annabella Neto. Both of them wearing the familiar white and green hoops of the Sporting Club of Lisbon. But one more attempt for Barrera. There's Garland. 6.16 in this so far rather modest long jump competition. 5th round for the Swedish leader at the moment. No, another foul for Garland. Garland, first competition of the year. Her last competition was the famous Finnkampen when she finished 5th in that. So, 5.33. Another personal best perhaps for Luka Zupanc. Let's wait and see. He's got one to his name already this evening. Not that far away as well. Perhaps just needs to be a little bit more active at the top of his trajectory. Stefanopoulou, urged on by her coach midway down the runner, gets the white flag. No, 5.77, so 6.09 at the moment in 3rd place. 7 more jumpers to come. First to go by virtue of not having registered a valid jump during the first 3 attempts. Filip Kemsky. It took him 3 attempts to register a valid jump at 5.23. Now on his second attempt at 5.33. Gets it. He's looking a bit happier. Poland, of course, over the years, such a fantastic tradition in both men's and women's pole vaulting. You could just reel off many, many names. On the men's side, of course, still going strong, Peter Lisak, recent world champion. Pavel Wojciechowski, only recently retired. Of course, Olympic champions from the past like Voldemar Kozakaevich. So, I think I was going to get a white flag. Yes. So Svitvan Bolchuk. Big grin from her. .591, her best of her series. Didn't get over 6 meters. Has jumped 6.22 in her career and 6.17 last year. Luka Zapanch. Second attempt at 5.33. Not on this occasion. So one final attempt at what would be another personal best for the Slovenian. Now 20 years of age. Went to the last European Under-20 Championships, but didn't make it out of the qualifying. Mitavova. Oh, good way to finish. Best mark of her series, 5.16. Hubskova next to jump. And getting the crowd behind her for her last competitive effort of this, the Otrokovice Jump 2025. Yes, she's going to get a white flag for that. Is it going to be an improvement on her 5.59? Yes, 5.70. So a spate of improvements in this last round of the women's long jump. Currently in 6th place at the moment. Parazidi of Greece. Red flag clearly over the board. So no improvement for the Greek jumper. CZE finishes with 5.80. Came in the 4th round, followed up by 2 fouls. So Jessica Barrera still down in 2nd place with that 6.12, which came in the 4th round. 6.16 is the lead, held by Kaiser Karlin. Karlin to Barrera's left, sportingly helping the crowd. She gave it everything, but it's a red flag just over the board. Just lost control of her speed at the very end. So just Karlin to go now, knowing that she's won the long jump. As we look at Luka Zapank, his 3rd and final attempt at 5.33. not quite as good perhaps as his first two attempts at that height. Perhaps just lost a little bit of belief and commitment. But he's had a very good few weeks, 3 meetings and 3 improvements of his personal best. Well, Kaiser Karlin has this meeting won with 6:16. Just runs through, does get a white flag, but all the same, I don't think it's going to be any improvement. It's technically a legal jump, but it'll probably get measured at just a couple of meters. Anyway, that brings to a conclusion the women's long jump. Rather modest competition, but you can only beat who's there, and the former World Under-18 and European Under-20 medalist Kaiser Karlin comes away with victory with 6:16. Portugal's Jessica Barreira 4 centimetres in arrears, taking second with 6:12, and Greece's Maria Stefanopoulou third with 6:09. So just the men's pole vault remains, getting towards the climax of that. Here's the man who many would consider to be the favourite, a 5.72 jumper, Carson Cody Waters. Well, still plenty of people here in this municipal sports hall in Otrokovice, waiting to see the conclusion of the pole vault. We've had a number of good contests. Perhaps for me, the best of them, the men's high jump. Erlen Bolstad Ra improving his personal best 3 times, winning with 2:21. Maria Roberta Gurka, the Italian, winning the women's pole vault at 4:31. Those are 2 good events for me. Men's long jump went to the local star, Peter Mendel-Schmid, going out in the final round with the very last jump, which he needed, and won with 7:70. Well, perhaps the pick of the event so far, but we've still got the men's pole vault going on. Bar up at 5:43. Waters just lashing down the runner, but it was rather out of control. So first attempt and first failure at 5:43 for Carson Cody Waters. In my quick roundup of event wins, I think I omitted to say Linda Suša, Czech Republic, or these days known as Czechia, was impressive, an indoor best, second best distance of her life with 13:71, just 5 centimetres away from the meeting record. Speaking of meeting records, well, certainly perhaps potentially under threat. Adam Pachak, Czechia, back in 2008 cleared 5:50. Certainly Walters has got the credentials perhaps to improve on that. Firstly, he's got to negotiate 5:43. This is Ivan Geronimo Seric. Not that far away. This would be an indoor best. Right over 42, Nosiek. Back in the end of 2023. Not a bad effort from Seric. He's only been over this height outdoors. 555 and 551 clearances last year to his name in 2 different meetings. Now, Filip Kempski. Kempski, 22 years of age. His 542 came in Lodz almost a year ago to the date, 27th of January. So this would be a personal best for Kempski. And I think this is what he came here wanting, which is why he passed all the way up to 523. That's a first-time failure for him. So out of the 3 remaining men, nobody's got over 543 at the first time of asking. Kempski leads the way by virtue of the fact that he attempted and cleared 533, which Waters and Seric both passed after clearing 523. So that's the state of affairs in the men's pole vault at the moment. Waters, second attempt for the American. This is a height he's cleared many, many times before. Made the final of the US Olympic trials last year, but cleared 547, and that left him rather a long way away from making the team to the Paris, down in 11th place. Now, he had the height there, just came down on the bar. Just couldn't quite maneuver his chest away from the bar quickly enough. But it was there, and he knows it. Just looking at Waters' stats as well, also finished in 11th place at the US Indoor Championships last year. So Seric. "24 years of age. Competes for the Zaprasic club in his native Croatia. This would be an indoor best for Seric. Has been higher outdoors, went over 550 and 551 last year's outdoors. No, came down on top of it. took it off with his knees and shins. Not so much a question of having the height, but what he did when he got up to the top of his arc. Kempski. The third of the three men remaining. So far, 5 attempts at 5:43, 5 failures. Oh no. Never quite worked for him, did it? Didn't really plant the pole hard enough. He realised he wasn't going to get any meaningful height midway through the vault. So we're down to third attempts at this height. It is Kempski who's in the lead by virtue of having cleared 5:33. So Waters had the height with his first vault. Just needed to move himself away from the bar quicker, and in the end on that second attempt chested the bar off. Can he do better this time around? If he clears it, it would definitely throw down the gauntlet to his two rivals, who don't have quite the credentials that he has, at least in terms of clearing good heights. You can see Waters' scorecard. Last time cleared was 5:23, which he did on his first attempt and made it look very easy. And finally he nails it. 5:43. Oh, excellent vault from Waters. Of height there. That will give him plenty of confidence for the next height. Looking at the bar going up to 5:48, but we'll see about that. I just wonder if Waters is the only man in the competition, whether he might choose something like 5:51 for a meeting record. We haven't had a meeting record yet. One tonight would be nice. Actually, the last time a meeting record was set in Otrokovice was back in 2019, and that was the women's pole vault. And then Romana Malakova went over 4:50. So, Ivan Geronimo Seric. Getting ready for his third attempt at what would be an indoor best of 5:43. Croatian's taken his time and now he's ready. He's charging down the run-up. No, it's not to be tonight for Seric. So he will finish in third place. Not a bad effort, but in the end, brings the bar down. So, Philip Kemsky, can he accompany Carson Cody Waters? Can he go clear? Can he set a personal best? So, Kemsky, third and final attempt at 5:43, and he does. Delighted. Gets a personal best, and this competition continues. It's very much alive. So perhaps with two men in the competition, the bar will go up to 5:48. In the meantime, we have the presentation for the women's long jump. Svetlana Wojciuk taking fourth place, 5:91. Maria Stefanopoulou, 6:09. Jessica Barrera, all the way from Portugal, to take second place with 6:12. And just triumphing by 4 centimetres, Kaiser Karlin. I wonder what's in the bag there. I don't think I've seen too many of those being given to other athletes. There we go. The obligatory picture for the photographers that will be used on the website all the way through to the 27th edition of this meeting, this jumps meeting in Otrokovice next year. Still one event to be concluded in Otrokovice, and it's the men's pole vault. And you can see Carson Cody Waters getting himself ready. Both men have requested that the bar be put up to 5:53 rather than the intermediate height of 5:48. Personally, I think that's a good decision. Means that we might just get a meeting record. So the first attempt at 5:53 for Carson Cody Waters. Oh, well, there was a lot of height there. Just brought it down with his chest. Wasn't that far away at all. I think that was his chest that nudged it off. Bit difficult to tell. from this position, but nevertheless an extremely good attempt from Waters. So now Filip Kemski, one personal best to his name already. He's going to try and go into new territory once again. So Kemski looking very focused on his 22-year-old pole. So getting the rhythmic clapping from the crowd still in the Municipal Sports Centre in Otrokovice. No. Didn't really have the height there. Now it's the turn of Carson Cody Waters to have a second attempt at this height. So close to clearing it with his first attempt. Very much focused now. It's the start of a European tour for Waters, who knows his way around Europe. He's a regular competitor at many of the meetings. Hasn't made a major international championships apart from the World University Games back in 2019 when he finished fourth. He's quite close to their position. Of course, Sam Kendricks leading the way with the US pole vault contingent. Second attempt, 5:53 for Waters. No. In truth, not as good as his first attempt. One more attempt remaining. The officials just making sure that the bar is correctly placed, very important. So Kemski he's already competed once this year. It was just 4 days ago in Prague when he cleared 5:30, and I think that gave him a feeling that he was actually in good shape, which explains why he decided to wait until 5:23 before coming in. Lived dangerously with 2 failures before going well clear at 5:23, and now his trip to Otrokovice has been rewarded with a personal best at the previous height of 5:43. What can he do here? No. Doesn't look as though he's fully confident he can get it at the moment. Yeah. Didn't really follow through. Nevertheless, has one more attempt. So, all down to this man, Carson Cody Waters. If he goes clear, it would require a truly gigantic effort from the man lying prostrate there, Filip Kemski. Waters has been there before though. He's cleared 5:53 on more than a dozen occasions. He knows what it needs to get over this height. Just trying to calm himself. Waters has been in Europe for a couple of weeks. 5:03 in Florida on the 2nd of January. Then, not long after that, came over to Europe, went to the Sabadell meeting in Catalonia, close to Barcelona. No, not to be on this occasion. But he does equal his season's best. And at the moment, he's in first place. He's quite happy though, and the crowd clearly enjoying his performance. So, the last man in this competition, whether or he clears or fails, is Filip Kemski. He can already take great pride in the fact that he managed to clear a personal best when he went over 5:43. Can he deliver an upset and beat Carson Cody Waters by clearing this height? Behind Waters on countback, which is the number of failures in the competition, despite the fact that both men got over 5:43 at the third time of asking. Kemski having 2 failures at 5:23 and another one at 5:33, whereas Waters was clean up until he got to 5:43. Big moment for Filip Kemski. At least, he got in the air. It was the best of his 3 efforts. But the bar comes down. And he has to settle for second place. Not a bad effort, though, from Kemski. After struggling with his first 2 attempts, finally manages to pull it together and have a pretty respectable attempt at 5:53. But nevertheless, 3 failures for the pole. And he has to settle for second place with 5:43. Same height as the winner, the man you can see stripping off just to the previously the right of your camera before it came out of camera shot. The pole vault winner, Carson Cody Waters. Waiting now for confirmation of the events. This meeting, of course, the 5th in a series of 22 at the moment live streams of World Athletics Indoor Tour silver, bronze and challenger meetings coming to you from European Athletics. The next up will be coming on Friday, the Perche Elite Tour from Rouen in France. And last year we had a spectacular women's competition which saw Molly Cowdery clear 487, a prelude to her going on to win the world indoor title in Glasgow. No Cowdery, sadly, this year going to Rouen. She pulled out a day or so ago, but I'm sure Rouen will be a very, very good competition indeed. And then we go all the way through to the middle of March. And we'll be live streaming from the European Athletics Indoor Championships in Apeldoorn in the Netherlands. They'll be taking place from the 6th to the 9th of March. I think I said the 5th to the 9th earlier, but it is the 6th to the 9th. 4-day spectacular. One of the real highlights of the indoor calendar. We're still waiting for the results of the pole vault. And almost on cue, there we go. Carson Cody Waters winning with 5:43 on countback from Filip Kemski, who got a personal best, the pole at 5:43 as well. And in third, Croatia's Ivan Geronimo Seric at 5:23. Well, that concludes the Otrokovice Jump 2025 meeting. We hope you've enjoyed. I think it's been about 5.5 hours. It's been a long but very rewarding afternoon and early evening of athletics. We've had some terrific performances across all 4 of the jumps disciplines, 8 events in total, and I think it's time to say goodnight. Thank you, and see you again on Friday from Rouen for the Perche Rouen Spectacular.